All right, welcome to part 2 of our weekly test show. Now let's see what else we can mess around with.
All right, welcome to part 2 of our weekly test show. Now let's see what else we can mess around with.
Alright, welcome to part 2 of our weekly test show. Now let's see what else we can mess around with. Alright, welcome to part 2.
Oh, you just gave me a great idea.
Now let's see what else we can mess around with.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
System.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
C alert system.
T alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
The alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
The alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
The alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Alert system.
Alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
System.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
And don't even start the pre-roll again, because it actually worked.
And don't even start the pre-roll again, because it actually worked.
How about that? One of the very few times I begged for a test and it actually worked. And I gotta take BCY America out because I forgot to do that earlier. I don't know why WAOO did not test.
I don't know why WAOO didn't test.
And a train's coming.
And the train's coming.
What else can we mess around with? What else can we mess around with before Masters comes back?
What else can we mess?
I was looking for the question mark thing, but
Question mark.
oh, you TOP, I didn't even get to play the pre-roll.
I didn't even get to play the pre-roll. I didn't even get to play the pre-roll.
Oh my god! What's coming up next?
Oh my god!
Length what?
Length what?
4073.
407.
I didn't even get to do the WTOP pre-roll at all.
I didn't even get to do the WTOP pre-roll at all.
What is coming?
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield. A puzzle full of...
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield. A puzzle full of...
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield. A puzzle full of acts.
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield. A puzzle full of X.
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield. A puzzle full of exploration.
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle full of
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle full of
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle full of
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle full of
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle full of What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle full of
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle
Here on Plainfield, a puzzle full of
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle
Coming up next, here on Plainfield, a puzzle full of
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle full of
What's coming up next? Here on Plainfield, a puzzle
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle full of exploration.
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle full of
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle full of exploration.
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle full of
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle full of exploration.
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle full of exploration.
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle.
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle full of exploration.
What's coming up next here on Plainfield? A puzzle full of
Okay. Alright. I've got another fun file we can mess around with.
I've got another fun file we can mess around with.
Did it seriously just freeze midway? I hate it when it does this. There we go. Complete. Okay. Back over to the Audacity document, to the desktop. And this is the file right here. Try to cut off all the pauses. Try to cut off as many of these pauses as possible to increase the runtime. Alright, let's see how this looks. Okay, it's enough.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Nope.
Next player.
X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
None of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. X-Player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No.
No, none of those. Next player.
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 None of those. Next player.
No, 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 none of those. Next player.
Those. Next player.
No, none of 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 those. Next player.
None of those. Next player.
No, none of those. Next player.
No, none of those. Next player.
Alright, who tested now?
Alright, who tested now?
Well, Mobile, aren't you glad you got your test in?
Well, Mobile, aren't you
Well,
glad
Mobile, aren't you glad you got your test in?
Winds 15 to 20 knots, becoming west 5 to 10 knots.
So now we have to wait for it to get around.
Now we have to wait for it to get around.
Too large. I had a crazy idea while Jeffrey Masters was still going for what we'll do next. Watch you just the smart. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character.
Dollar sign is not a letter. It's a.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some
Even though
sort.
the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
The dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Character of some sort. Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort. It's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
It's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Even though the dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Now it's time for the Discord Ringtone Cascade. God damn it. Alright, let's try this again.
Alright, let's try this again.
Louder.
Alright, let's try this again.
Let's also open every file in the media folder. Yes.
Yeah.
That is the lamest startup sound ever.
That is the lamest startup sound ever.
Oh god, this is getting ugly.
Oh god, this is getting ugly.
Dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Dollar sign is not a letter. It's a
Dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Dollar sign is not a letter, it's a character of some sort.
Okay. Alright. I've had enough. Okay. I've had enough of this tonight. Wow. That was a lot of fun, let me tell you that. Yeah, let me tell you that. That was a whole lot of fun. Now, if I go over to and close that folder so I don't go fucking up my system, and then I have to factory reset this machine, which is which is of course bad. Let me edit this in photos, please. We want to trim the clip down. Now I looked back at the footage when I was playing back when I was playing the. Can you let me talk? When I was looking back at this footage, I saw that Hawaii Public actually tested while I was playing the pre-rolls. Would have been even better if it was with WTOP too, but unfortunately that's not the case.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Let's see if I can crop it too.
Alert system.
Alright, what other settings have I got? Save a frame. You know what, fine. Just save the thing as it is.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Do I not get the option to crop? Okay, I can only do that with ClipChamp then. Okay, everything is in place. Everything is in place now, and we have about 45 minutes until we get to our main event here. But before I go talking any further, and eventually that fox creature thing is probably going to find me. He found me while I was watching Jeopardy Masters. I thought it was a voice call, but good thing I saw. So first things first, let me move both TOP and HPR to next week. And while I'm at it too, I'm going to go ahead and flip the wallpaper. Do that. Beautiful. And let me update the board further, make sure. Because KMA decided to test on monthly week. I don't know why they decided to do that. I guess in some way I've kind of made the right call to leave all those stations in there in case they decided to do a weekly anyway, despite it being a monthly week. And what I also found out is that there was one station that actually was linked with WBZ FM because they actually relate the WBZ weekly, and I don't know if anybody else did. So that could be a good indication, to see if WBZ even tests, even if the stream goes into like override and stuff like that. All right. So now that we're all caught up with everything, and I want you all just staring at this, I'm just gonna put the DM thing here in case the Limbine decides to hit this button right here. That button right there. I know he was online with us earlier, so I'm not sure if he's ready for us again tonight. I could try him and see, but let me talk a little bit first before we go any further. So now that we've reached the end of the main weekly set, we're getting closer and closer now to the end. So that means it's almost time for our main event tonight. That being another exciting edition of Deal or No Deal with Brandon, of course, with those iKing clips. Many of those iKing clips we were playing around with earlier on in the after the when we were doing Beat the it wasn't with Beat the Bridge. It was actually like toward Tic Tac Toe and everything like that. All right. So now that we've been through all of these, here's the final list of postponed tests, and I'll go ahead and explain the reasons why they are postponed. And I'll go in order. Starting with Jackson, Mississippi, that was due to software updates. Jacksonville, also due to software updates. New Orleans, due to severe weather. Northern Indiana, due to software updates. Boston, because they're still trying to recover from software updates. North Platte, because they're all North Platte and Aberdeen, because both of them were doing software and are still doing software updates. Houston, because of the possibility of severe weather alongside Lake Charles. Riverton, because of software updates. Salt Lake City, because of issues after the software update. Wilmington, North Carolina, because of software updates. Tulsa and Green Bay were because of the fault of the, staff's fault. I guess I'll call it. Because they knew there was no severe weather in the forecast. Or maybe Tulsa could have chosen to postpone because of the marginal, or for Green Bay, they could have maybe just counted the Wisconsin RMT from earlier this morning as their weekly for this week. But, in any case, alongside all of this, now, even though we have the monthly, I'm still leaving WHO in there in case they decide to do a weekly. Now, let me actually go back to last month, because I want to see. April 2nd. So I want to go back to April 2nd. So that would be 04/02 2025. So no. Why is it sorting by May 4th 2 a.m.? I forget it. Forget it. We'll find out ourselves. So yeah, I'll have those offices carry over to tomorrow. And of course, I'll carry them over each day they don't test. So, in this case, with Monday. And also, while Jeopardy Masters was going, I was also thinking about, how, sort of my final plan, as we continue through the rest of this week and going into the weekend and going into next week. So, here is the plan. As I've said, tomorrow I'm going to focus on taking care of the last of the modules for the HTML course. Yeah, the rest of the time with the HTML course. So I will take care of the remaining pieces, and I did see some more discussions come up. Now I've already done 2 of them. Now I just need to do 1 more. I just need to do 1 more reply, and then take care of that Figma assignment, and then that will be the, the Figma assignment, and 2, yes, that's right, 2 weekly discussions because of human error. So, I will spend the day tomorrow taking care of that, and hopefully I can have it all finished by the time we start our live program tomorrow, when the White Sox play their next game against the Royals. So we were beaten 2-1 today. We were beaten yesterday 4-3. So the Royals have won the series then. So tomorrow they're going for the sweep. So they're going to go for the complete sweep of the series tomorrow. So here's here's the lay of the land again for tomorrow. I'll take care of that HTML module first thing in the morning. I'll get it taken care of. And then we will continue working with my website, and in fact, I'll continue working with it throughout the day. I'm hoping, because I have so much time on my hands tomorrow, so much time tomorrow night, because As I've said, Backyard Baseball and Roblox are back to their usual time slots. So, we will keep going until 4:30, and then we'll start the Backyard Baseball game at 5. We'll stop there, and then I will continue working with the website off live. So I'll just continue working with the website in the background while people enjoy a mystery marathon of some sort. So hopefully I can get it all finished tomorrow. That is at least what I'm hoping is the case. So get the website taken care of. Hopefully have that finished by the end of the night. If I don't get it finished, then I will make some time then that will be my objective for next week to get it finished. But again, I would like to get it finished as quickly as possible. Yeah, as quickly and swiftly as possible. Or you know what? Maybe because we have an hour, like almost nothing. How about we do another letter tonight? Just to sort of get a head start. That's what I was thinking. We'll do the G's tonight, and then that's all we'll do. So that's what I was thinking. So we'll do the G's. We'll take care of G tonight after Wheel of Fortune. Because the 11 o'clock hour is basically going to be a whole lot of nothing unless MVG decides tonight would be a good night to slap the Barry and Enright Cup in my face. So, because the first night was done on a Wednesday night, I don't know if it'll be this case again, or maybe they're just busy planning, because I know they're getting close to 200 streams, so maybe they want to reserve 2 to finish up the Enright Cup and then 2 more for Monopoly. And then finish up Monopoly then. I don't know how they're going to do the tournament, but we'll wait and see how that goes. So, that's the lay of the land for tomorrow. And then for Friday, first thing in the morning, I will take care of the final exam for my Cybit course. So, that will be the last assignment I need to get done. So I'll take that, and then depending on how long it takes me to get it finished, my other objective for this week is to finish recording all of the season 3 episodes of the Bowling Train, which again will premiere on June 2nd. So that's like less than a month away. So the clock is ticking. So we got to get these episodes finished as quickly as possible. Now, what I mean by that is I want to try to get these done in a quick and orderly fashion. With Friday's risk being only a marginal, I don't really think there's going to be too much with that. So I think we can actually get the episodes done. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and get these risk areas updated now. Let's go ahead and get them updated. So let's go ahead and get them updated now. Now, we no longer need Shreveports. They're out of it now. Everything else is staying. Now, do I have GSP in there? Yes, I do. I have Houston in there. I think I have all of Texas already in there, so it looks like that's already set to go. So then all I just need to do is prepare Friday, and then we'll be set. So Friday, like I said, as you all know, I will be doing the tapings of all of these episodes in, of course, a specific. Yeah, of course, in separate 25 episode blocks. So, I'm going to do the first round. I'm going to do the first round of tapings immediately following Pictionary. So I'm going to take care of the first round of tapings following Pictionary. And then I will have until Jeopardy to get those 25 episodes taped and edited. After Jeopardy, I'll continue taping. After Jeopardy, then I'm going to get back to taping episodes. But of course, I will be taping the last 25. Well, actually, not really 25. I'm only going to record 24. And here's why. We need enough time to make preparations for and plan out the season finale. The last episode of the season. And we want to make it the best one yet. So, we're going to go up to episode 99. And of course, we'll do our fun night show. Of course, we'll do our fun night show later that evening. And I'll finish, editing those episodes as needed. And then some updates, for the weekend. Of course, we're going to do our usual stuff. So we are clear to do our usual games. So those being Game of Life, Sorry, Way Sorry, all that stuff. We're going to do all of that. So yeah, of course, all that stuff. I actually forgot to add one more. There we go. And as this list changes, I will make updates to it. So then, again on Monday. Well, actually, let me finish. Yeah, that's what we're going to do Saturday. Sunday, if we are able to, whatever is left of our website, we're going to get that finished. And then I believe we'll be back to doing Ticket to Ride at 7. Because I think the Pyramid's going to be back on at 9 p.m. So I believe it's going to be back this week. Well, this weekend, I should say. And then... okay. So then Monday, I'll be my first week without any real college work. So pretty much this will be like some final things. So, the first part of Monday is to record episode 300 of the Bowling Train. Record that last episode to complete the season. So record the last episode to finish the season. After that, I'm going to get to recording the first piece of footage for the upcoming Nostalgia Paradise series finale. And throughout whatever time is left, before we get to Minecraft, I'll edit the episode, do any updated voiceovers and everything like that. So I'll do that. And whatever time... and then, of course, on Tuesday, I'll keep that editing process going until that part has been completely edited and is finished. when that part is completely done, the remaining days I'll use to finish up the website and finish getting it pieced together if I do not complete it by tomorrow. If I do not complete it tomorrow. So then of course everything else will be normal. And then Saturday we're gonna take the day off. Not this week, but Saturday next week we'll take the day off as we transfer to the Lawn of Oaks. And then after I get the Nostalgia Paradise finale done, I have to get that other Inspiron laptop ready. Ready to be, ready for use away from home. Basically, I gotta update Windows on there and send over the updated configuration files and the other send over the updated configuration documentation and all the other good stuff. So that's what the plan looks like for the time being. So that's what the plan looks like for the time being. And then, of course, all of our streams and such will continue from there. I think it's going to continue until Memorial Day, or I think that Friday. We haven't thought further about the plan, really. But then Saturday the 31st, not sure if we're going to take the day off or not, but we're not going to do any games and all that because, or, you know what, Saturday we could take the day off entirely on the 31st because, as you all know, I'll be heading back to Rochelle for the railroad days, so that's going to be exciting. I found it out last month, so I thought, why don't we go ahead and attend it? And I have yet to check the Railroad Park website just to be sure that everything is correct. Everything is just accurate and all that. And then, of course, that following week is when the Downers Grove season premiere. Yeah, is when Downers Grove will premiere. Yeah, it's when Downers Grove season 3 will premiere. And then I guess we'll just see how the rest of it goes from there. So, okay. So that is the lay of the land.
Oh, yeah. Last minute.
Yep, last minute, and it was caught. It was all caught on tape.
What was caught on tape?
Well, I was talking about the Railroad Days, the upcoming third season of the Downers Grove racetrack series, whatever. But anyway, we have about 20 minutes before Brandon will join us. When we play Wheel of Fortune, I got the. Yeah, I have the day 2 monitors all finalized, and I've also got the stuff ready for Friday. Damn it, I forgot to change it this. I keep forgetting to change it every freaking morning. I forget to change it every freaking morning when I set that after we go off the air. But anyway, besides that, I know there were some of you who did not watch who were not with us for part 1. Ginger, I need you to be silent, please. I was talking about this project here that I found out during my lunch break yesterday.
Yeah.
Which this is a project talking about how if you have a computer that is newer than 2010, there's no reason to throw it out. You can just install an up-to-date Linux OS and you can keep using it for years to come.
Yes, and you can actually purchase a PC without having to install anything. You can just dim it down and make your own, or at least provide a screensaver PC for it.
Well, yeah, there's lots of uses you could do for your old machine that you no longer have any use for.
Yeah.
And throughout the day today, I've been talking about my plans for the upcoming end of support, the upcoming end of life of Windows 10. Which again, so now as I've mentioned many times, this XPS 9343 absolutely amazed me because it actually has the TPM 2.0 security requirement for Windows 11. However, the processor is too old. And furthermore, if I go to an eBay listing for this PC, if I go to an eBay listing for this PC, this is an i7 model, but it's close enough. As you can see, they actually got Windows 11 running on this thing. And I can see this one's the 256 gigabyte i7 model. The one I have is a base model i5 128 gigs. So what I'll probably just do is with this PC, I'll be upgrading it to Windows 11 by it meets almost all the requirements. It met all the requirements except for the CPU. So it shouldn't have a terrible experience running Windows 11. But then I was thinking, what if my Inspiron 5755 PC from 2015 ran Windows 11? Speaking of which, let's see if there are any listings of that. No, that's 2024. Use 17-inch Dell laptop computers Windows 11. This looks like the one I had, and I see somebody's pajamas in the background, and that matches almost what I got, except that's not the color that I have. This one is in... this one's an Intel model, and it's in blue. Yeah, it is in blue. The one I have is an AMD model. Oh, and would you look at that? Here's a listing with Windows 11. But this one's in red. Yeah, as you can see, this one's actually in red. Again, the one I have is in blue. And this one's actually an SSD model. The one I have has a 2 terabyte mechanical hard drive in it. So, like I said, when I tape that first part of the Nostalgia Finale, I'll swap out the hard drive, put in one of those blank HP SSDs, and install Windows 11 on this laptop. I'm not sure if it has TPM 2.0. I'll probably have to check the security options, when I get to messing around with. Well, yeah, there's a feature in Windows Defender or security, whatever it is, that checks. You can actually check what kind of TPM specification you've got. This one, yeah, there's a lot of these 5755s laying around on eBay. And most of them actually are almost like the exact. Well, the one I have is in blue. This one I think is in silver. Yeah, this one looks to be in silver. And this one actually still has Windows 10. And this one's a 1 terabyte hard drive. Actually, this one looks to be... yeah, I guess it does look to be silver. Manufactured year... it doesn't tell me the manufactured year, it just cuts right off. Here's one in purple that's also got Windows 11. And it's got 24H2, and there's the install date, May 2nd, 2025, so that's brand new. This just went up at 55.58. Not sure if this is the Windows 7 version of this PC. Probably from downgrade rights. Windows 10 Home. Here's the 5555 from 2016. 5759. That's apparently up for auction. Let's see, look at all those stickers and cables and everything and all that stuff. So yeah, that'll be the first thing I do, and I'll get to that as early as next week. And then over the summer I'll start upgrading some and changing out some of those other PCs. Since my XPS has the TPM 2.0 requirement, I'll update it to Windows 11 because the Volstro and the ThinkPad don't even have either have TPM 1.2 or don't even have TPM at all. I'll probably just go ahead and put Linux on them. But the big question is which distro am I going to go with? I mean, there's so many options, and I've already got 3. I mean, we were talking about Linux distros earlier on, and I've got a few possibilities already in my mind. One is Linux Mint, and then another is Ubuntu, both of which do receive regular security updates, and of course are free from, no ads, no spying. It's good for the planet, and there's a whole Linux community.
Who said that?
Well, I was showing the page of the End of 10 project. Yeah, which again explains about the upcoming end of support for Windows 10, what you could talk about installing Linux on a non-Windows 11 capable PC. But meanwhile, as I said, Microsoft still has not forced 24H2 on the Insider beta channel.
Yeah.
But they still have not updated they still haven't updated the thing yet. I don't think they've made updates to it yet. So then I probably might want to get to running the feature update soon. Because I've been saying I've been wanting to get to it, but I have been holding off on it for weeks, and I think this might finally be the time to make the switch. So
Yeah.
But I was thinking maybe I'll wait until next week, when we get our May security updates, and I'll run the feature update with the security patches. So yeah, I'll install the patches for May 2025 and update the Insider machine to 24H2 just so all these PCs are on the same page, when it comes to Windows security and everything of that kind. And then I'll actually bring the ThinkPad back out, on the day of end of support. Well, actually, the month before, what I'm going to do in September is I'm going to bring one of my ThinkPads back up, and I'm going to swap out the hard drive, put in the mechanical hard drive that it had originally, and then I'm gonna update that installation to September 2025, and then I'll pull it back out in October to film the final scene of the finale, which is installing the last Windows 10 update, the final update for Windows 10, and then destroying the OS. So why not
destroying the OS?
Why not send it off by running the RD command? Yeah. And speaking of destroying, I showed off earlier after I finished the skills project for my cybersecurity course. I thought, why don't I destroy the security onion virtual machine by running the sudo rm/rf star command that deletes everything on the hard drive, and then it spams operation not permitted. Operation not permitted as it goes really, really fast down the screen. It's great. That's how much fun that was. Just to watch and watch as it says operate as it scrolls operation not permitted across the screen, and then rebooting afterward to see the grub rescue prompt. Ah, that was fun. And watch she switch to the deal or no deal group again because as I've said, I've left the group for all three of us. So we can have the Lembine here, we can have Brandon play Deal or No Deal, and of course I, the host, all at the same time. So yeah, those were the main topics from the first part. Okay. So yeah, we talked a lot about that in the first part. So some other things you might have missed. Today was also the spring half of the Alert Ready Canada tests. And every single Verizon cluster, other than VH09, ended up getting their weekly in one night. Another thing, Chicago actually ended up testing twice today in a doubleheader fashion. Not only were they late, but they also sent a they also did yeah, they did a doubleheader, which reminds me of an old video from what's that? It looks like Caleb just tested.
They're all making their way back to KGRR here with their 8 cars leaving.
Yep, so it looks like I'm in time. So I'll go ahead and get it on our stream now that I saw it come up. So and then of course there are a bunch of postponements. There's still a bunch of postponements for various reasons. Software updates and severe weather. Or why most. Well, some of them due to severe weather, others due to software updates. But then again, and I think that's everything from the first part. I think that's everything from the first part of the show. Everything from when we started. And then just earlier in the hour, had a little bit of fun with the Tom and Ben and Big John's clips, and even some clips of the random character extravaganza. That was so much fun. All right. And this one was.
Yeah, that's actually it.
Yeah. And I was also thinking about rewatching the footage from 11 a.m. this morning, but I never got to it. So now I am.
Balance. It's
Yeah, I think that was when they sent it a second time. Because it was after that when I started closing everything. That's when he ended up sending it again. What are the odds of Chicago testing twice, like back to back? Basically, very, very low chance of that happening. But that was still great though.
just my audio at.
So I'll wait for Brandon to be ready and then we'll switch over to that group. Yeah, I'll wait for see if Brandon's ready. Speaking of which, I gotta get that virtual machine ready to go too. And I'll X that out. Encouraging K Love. Encouraging K Love. Yeah. I still love slowing that pre roll down. And I can't get enough of it. I cannot get enough of it at all. Now let's go back to. Yeah, let's go back to the start of part two. This is. You know the dollar sign is not a letter. They've been failing for the past few months. Of course they have. That is lovely. It's not a letter. The dollar sign not being a letter. Oh, of course. Yep, and I'm sure Brandon's going to be with us very soon, so I figured that. So, So once Brandon's ready for us, I see he is ready because I see the online symbol. So let's switch over to the group. So here, let's swap over to the group. All right, so let's switch over to the group now. All right, we got a Lembine. Wheel or no wheel. Yep. We'll well he'll come eventually. He'll come eventually. He'll see that we're in the group. So well, yeah, yeah. I'm sure he'll find out eventually. But yeah, in the meantime, yeah, there's the collection of Windows 11 sounds I've been also playing alongside all those Discord ringtones. And there's that chiptune I've been playing over and over again this morning. I've been thinking about adding it to the Plainfield Radio playlist, but I haven't gotten to that yet. The WPLD IP thing that that's literally where all the tests are. He was wondering if anybody's been logging any Grand Rapids tests, and of course I've been telling him I log them every single week, alongside everybody else alongside everybody else that we can. And it's this one. So we'll give him as much time as he needs. Yeah, we'll give him as much time as he needs. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. We're gonna be yep, we're gonna be very yep, we're gonna be patient. Wait for him. Oh yeah, this is another old video of updating Windows 7 and Windows 10 together to see which computer will finish updating first.
There we go. Wait, hold on. Is it in this folder? No, it's not. Oh, where? Is there Sounds 1.0? Sounds 1.0? No. Oh, no. It. Come on, Brandon. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. I'm gonna stop HR's to close and then I'm gonna find out how to get this into
Lenovo.
Okay. Let me hold on.
Just tries to log in. So I'm logging in on the two Windows 10 computers. The Windows 7 one is then two. It's 8 years older than the other two PCs, so not too bad. But sparing less than 5 minutes every month for improved security seems worth it to me. At least while sports still lasts, because Windows 7 support expired in January, and Windows 10's support ends in October. That's yeah, it's going to be pretty hard when it's all right, but yeah, it's all right. But at least I can, yeah, at least I can keep, yeah, but at least I can keep talking and whatnot. Yeah, okay, I see the online status again. And there's the video of the glass that doesn't scratch. Oh, there were those two stations that I was wanting to try. So, that's not what I wanted to do. But anyway, yeah. Let's just pull up the good old Windows 7 desktop. Yep, classic. I miss the old days of I miss the old days of Microsoft. Windows 7 was just very, very popular. And it's such a shame it's not getting any more updates at all. Because they already did the extended update program and everything else. So now, really, the only two that Microsoft are supporting are Windows 10 and 11, as they pretty much ended everything else. As they've already ended support for everything else. But then I guess for a brief time, really, then the only other OS that Microsoft will probably be supporting then afterward will be 11. But then the only question is, am I going to get those other newer generation PCs to replace the Vostro? But if I do end up finding a use for the Vostro, if I do end up finding a use for the Vostro again, then I'll yeah, and then if I do end up finding use for the Vostro again, then I'll just probably put it on Linux and leave it there. And while we're at it too, go ahead and prep the. So yeah, here's the G's we're going to be working with. As you can see, there is quite a lot of G's. And if I also feel like it, we could do H as well. We could go ahead and take care of the H's and the I. We could do, maybe let's do G, H, and I tonight. We'll take care of G, H, and I, ending at J. And then we'll continue from J tomorrow, unless there isn't much there either. There's actually only 4 J's. So, yeah, let's actually go up to K. Let's actually go up to K today. So, well, that is if time allows, if we have enough time left at the end of this. And I'll ping Brandon one more time in a moment. But first, let me go ahead and take out all of this. And we're only going to put these two in. All right. try him. I'll try him one more time. So yeah, I'll try him one more time. And then I'll give him another 10 minutes and we'll try it. And then we'll try it one last time. And if we don't hear anything, and if he does not respond, then we will just jump straight to Wheel of Fortune, and then the Deal or No Deal episode that will air on. Yeah, I'll give him about 10 more minutes, and if he does not pick up, then we'll go. Then we're gonna go straight to Wheel of Fortune. Then we will just. Then we'll just move on straight to there. So. So. For right now, I understand. Or you know what? Let's have Yala play tonight instead. Because I was just thinking. Well, actually, let's let him finish whatever he's doing. We'll wait for him to finish whatever he's doing, and then we'll start the game. So I guess in the meantime, let's go through and see. So I guess in the meantime, let's go through and see who got their weekly. Landing at the 6 p.m. test with his 50,000 radios. It's the evening test. And I see Charlotte EAS is still catching up on some stuff. That's the weekly from. That was the cancellation of the evening test. That's the afternoon test. This, I'm guessing, is a collection of everything from previously. And I see Thunderbuddy combined the stuff from yesterday and today into his own video. And then this is everything from yesterday. Monaco posted everything from yesterday. Alright. So since. Alright. And like I said, we'll give him as much time as he needs. And and then this was the evening test from Wakefield. And this was the monthly siren test in Wisconsin, Footville. And this is the one from New Orleans, KGY 60 ID. Chaos and Watch got St. Louis and Lincoln's Weekly. Stormwire got KXI 42. Refrigeration door alarm. And this is from Athens, Georgia, apparently. Alright. One down. Now let's go to the other one. There was the Cleveland Weekly. All of these on top of and in front of the fireplace. What is all of this? And here was the Albany Weekly. Yeah, we'll wait about 5 more minutes and then we're gonna jump straight to Wheel of Fortune. Lab. I guess that's a trailer. That's the Pittsburgh Weekly. And then this from Kana WX. So, so the weekly from Charleston, West Virginia was actually the last weekly that you would get on the end deck on KNA. So the end deck has been retired, and the DAS deck has taken its place. Yeah, and then a DAS deck has taken its place. So he has a DAS deck now. Yeah, now in its spot. Awesome. The Pro MT 3500 restore process.
So I forget exactly what happens. First, I'll be able to go ahead and skip recovery. And that's all connected to your okay. I have no idea what all installed, but for
Windows 8 Pro.
first I don't. Oh, apps. There we go. The control panel. Of course, the T machines.
Yep.
Wait, what are you watching, Bill?
Yeah, I was just watching a recovery of a HP Pro computer that came with Windows 8 all those years ago. But anyway, it seems like we have already crossed. So it seems like we have already crossed our time for your no deal. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump ship straight to. We're going to go ahead and jump ship now to Wheel of Fortune.
Yep.
Yep. You missed out. Yep. So we're going to go ahead and jump ship to Wheel of Fortune. So we can continue working with the website afterwards. And let me confirm that the desktop audio is this on audio detect.
Oh, that gave me a headache. What the heck?
It should find the disc. Okay. And I might want to close Audacity because its cache is eating the space on the hard drive. Although it's Clipchamp that's actually hogging all the space.
Hi folks, I'm Charlie O'Donnell. We'll get to our game in a second, but first we have a normal game? Okay, so how many people out there? What kind of game do you want to play?
Of course, we're going to play 20 minutes.
Type in your name, player one.
We're going to do Hawaii again. Because it's the closest we can get to Myrtle Beach. And anyway, with that, let's play Wheel of Fortune.
From the Sony Picture Studios, it's America's Game. Aloha, dude! Get out the thongs and the surfboards. It's Hawaii Day here on Wheel of Fortune. Here to get us started, Vanna White.
Thanks, Charlie. Feeling good, everybody? All right, then, let's get to our game.
Yep, let's get to it right now.
Let's take a look at our category. Same name.
Same name.
Okay, start things off. You get us going, player one.
All right, let's go.
$400.
Start with an R. No R's.
Single R.
No R's, alright.
Player two, you're up.
Oh, I'll spin, Vanna. Come on, big money.
$350.
How about L?
One L for you.
I would like to buy a vowel, please. An A.
Good guess. There are three.
I'm gonna spin.
$900.
I hope there's some S's.
Here are three S's.
I'll buy a vowel, Vanna. An O?
No O's for you. Sorry.
Oh.
Player three, on to you.
I think I'll spin, Vanna. Okay, come on now.
$300.
There's gotta be an N.
One N in this puzzle.
I'd like to spin, please. Come on, show me the big money.
$300.
I'm thinking T here, Vanna.
Not a single T. Player one, good luck.
All right, now.
$500.
Let's try and a G.
There are two G's.
I'll buy the E. There's gonna be a bunch of those.
Yes, four altogether. All the vowels are now gone. $450.
A Y.
One Y. $300.
A C.
One C. $400.
P.
Yes, one P.
champagne, and eyeglasses.
Most accurate weather forecast.
Congratulations! Outstanding! Before we move to the next round, let's check out our cash totals so far. You're hot today, player one. Let's get ready for the next round. We've got a prize on the wheel this time, Charlie. Tell us about it.
Ride the high water to excitement with a whitewater rafting adventure on the Columbia River. A $3,800 value.
Want to see the category? Here goes. Event. This time, player two goes first.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna spin.
Oh, well, at least you didn't lose too much. You're up, player three.
I'm gonna spin. Let's see that big one.
$400.
Vanna, I'll try L.
One L for you.
Can I buy a vowel, please? A.
Just one A.
I'd like to spin, please. Come on, show me the big money.
$700.
S.
No
There
S's.
are no S's. Sorry.
Oh, why me?
Player one, good luck. $550.
Let's try a T.
Yes, there are 3 T's.
Family get together.
Yes, I think so. I don't know.
Yes. Let's see how you're doing after this round. Good job, player one. You've got the lead. Time for the next round. Good luck, everybody. It's that time again, the jackpot round. We've got a prize on the wheel this time, Charlie. Tell us about it.
Alright, I guess he's not gonna join, and I'm probably gonna go then too. I'm getting tired. It's already like almost 23:30 Eastern Daylight Time.
Yep.
Our category this
Well,
time
at the time of
around
taping,
is
that is.
Yeah.
Things.
Alright. I guess I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Player three, you start us off this time.
Okay, here I go. I'll spin.
$800.
I'd like an L, please, Vanna.
Not a single L.
No!
Player one, over to you. Oh, well, at least you didn't lose too much. Player two, you're up.
I'm gonna spin.
Oh, lose a turn. Too bad. You're up, player three.
I'll spin. Is there an S?
Good, 2 S's. Jackpot, solve the puzzle. It's all yours.
I'll spin, Vanna.
luck. Player 1, good luck.
Okay.
That jackpot is growing. $800.
T. Nope.
T? No, too bad. It's your turn, player 2.
I'd like to spin.
$600.
I'll take an N, please, Vanna.
No, no ends. Sorry. Player 3, on to you.
I think I'll spin, Vanna.
$600.
There's gotta be an R.
We have 2 R's.
There's 2.
I'm gonna buy a vowel. I'd like an A.
Uh-huh, 2 A's.
I'd like to buy another vowel. Is there an O?
Not a single O.
Nope, no
Oh, I don't believe it.
Player 1, over to you. $300.
Alright, let's try an M. Nope.
No, no M's. Player 2, you're up.
I'd like to spin.
That jackpot is growing. $600.
H.
There are 3 H's here.
I'll buy a vowel, Vanna. An E?
Lots. 4 E's.
All
All the
right.
vowels are now gone.
I'm gonna spin.
$600.
I'll take a W.
No.
Not a single W. You're up, player 3.
I'll spin, Vanna. Let's go. Let's see some money here.
$450.
C.
Uh-huh, 2 C's up there.
2 C's.
I think I'll spin, Vanna.
$600.
G.
Nope.
Not a single G. Player 1, good luck. Bad luck. Player 2, you're up.
I'd like to spin the wheel. Oh, I
Uh-oh, lose a turn. Sorry. You're up, player 3.
I think I'll spin, Vanna. Let's go. Let's see some money here. Oh, not that one.
Ooh, that hurts.
That hurts.
Player 1, over to you. $300.
Let's try a D.
Yes, there's a D. In fact, there are 2 of them.
And that's what
Aw,
happens.
bankrupt. Tough luck. Player 2, you're up.
I'll try to solve the puzzle, please, Vanna. Sharp cheddar cheese.
I was thinking of that, and I was correct.
That's it. Great. Let's see how you're doing after this round. You must be a wheel watcher, player 1. Another round, another puzzle. Let's check it out. We've got a prize on the wheel this time, Charlie. Tell us about it.
Start spreading the news. It's an all-expense-paid romantic weekend to spectacular New York City. A $5,680 value.
All right, let's
Want to see the category?
Our next
Here
puzzle.
goes. On the map. Okay, start things off. You get us going, player one.
You know what? I think I know what it is already. Not what I thought.
No, that's not it.
Oh. I was thinking of the wrong part of the
Player
state.
two, you're up.
I think I'll spin, Vanna.
$5,000.
Are there any L's?
Nope.
No, sorry. No L's. You're up, player three.
I'd like to spin the wheel, please.
$900.
How about an S?
Just the one S.
I'd like to buy a vowel, please. A.
This should help. There are three of them.
I'd like to buy another vowel. Is there an O?
A pair of O's.
I'd like to buy another vowel. There's gotta be an E.
There are no E's. Sorry. Player one, over to you.
And this time, let's do it right. It's Rapid City, South Dakota.
Yes!
So close to getting it without revealing a single letter.
Let's see how you're doing after this round.
It would have been an impressive solve, though, but that was close.
You must be a
It's
wheel
close
watcher,
first
player
time.
one. Okay, here comes the next round. This time around, our category is event.
We're looking for an event this time.
This time, player two goes first.
Okay, here I go. I'd like to spin the wheel. Come on, big money.
Oh, well, at least you didn't lose too much. Player three, on to you.
I'll spin the wheel. Let's see that big one.
Uh-oh, lose a turn. Sorry. Player one, good luck. Oh, well, at least you didn't lose too much. It's your turn, player two.
I'm gonna spin.
$600.
L.
There are no L's. Sorry.
Oh, man.
Player three, on to you.
I'm gonna spin.
$300.
S.
Good, two S's.
I'd like to buy a vowel, please. I'd like an A.
Uh-huh, we've got one A for you.
I'd like to buy another vowel. How about an O?
Yes, there's one O.
I think I'll spin, Vanna.
$450.
There's gotta be an end.
A pair of ends for you.
Can I buy a vowel, please? E.
Yes, there's an E. In fact, there are 2 of them.
I'd like to buy another vowel. I'll take a U, please.
1 U. All the vowels are now gone.
I'd like to spin, please. Okay, big money, big money. Come on, money.
$900.
There's gotta be an R.
We have 1 R for you.
I'll spin.
And I know it now.
Oh, jeez.
Aw, bankrupt. Tough luck. Player 1, over to you.
Chess tournament.
Hey, well done. Wow, very impressive, Player 1. Let's check out how all the players are doing after this round. I see you've played our game before, Player 1. Are you ready for our next puzzle? Okay, here goes. For this puzzle, the category is Showbiz. Player 3, you start us off this time.
Okay, here I go. I'll spin.
$500.
L.
No, sorry, no L's. Player 1, good luck.
Okay.
$400.
Let's try an S.
1 S. $300.
An R.
We have 2 R's.
Okay, let's try the A.
Okay, 4 A's as a matter of fact.
Oh. Haven't we seen this before?
Hey, well done. That's it. Great. That's it for this round. Let's see how all our players are doing. Good job, Player 1. You've got the lead. All right, let's go to the next round and the next puzzle. We've got a prize on the wheel this time, Charlie. Tell us about it.
There's nothing fishy about a deep-sea fishing excursion off the Florida Keys. An all-expense-paid getaway priced at $5,600.
Want to see the category? Here goes. Classic TV. This time, Player 2 goes first.
Okay, here I go. I'll spin. Come on, come on!
$10,000.
L.
We have a total of 2 L's.
I'll spin the wheel. Come on, big money.
Oh, well, at least you didn't lose too much. You're up, Player 3.
I'd like to spin the wheel, please. Okay, big money, big money. Come on, money. Oh,
well, at least you didn't lose too much. Player 1, over to you. $800.
T.
There is a T. Lots. 4 E's.
Okay. And by the A.
Just one A.
And the I.
2 I's here. $900.
Hey, R.
A couple of R's. $300.
Y.
1 Y. Not a single
No
O.
O. And that sound means time is up.
We're running a bit short on time here.
Roll
I'm
one
going to have to
spin.
give the wheel a final spin.
That means going to be worth $600 a piece. This is 2,000.
Can you show me some S's?
A single S. You're up, player 3.
Is there an N, Vanna?
A pair of N's for you. Player 1, good luck. Yes, there's a D. In fact, there are 2 of them.
I'm gonna try it. German Lily and Eddie Munster?
No, I'm sorry. That's not right.
Nope.
Next player. Player 2, you're up.
Is there an H, Vanna?
1 H. Where is it? You're up, player 3.
Vanna, I'll try a W.
Not a single W. Player 1, good luck.
M.
There are 2 M's.
Herman
That sound
Lily
means
and
that
Eddie
all
Munster.
remaining levels are valid. You did it! Terrific, player 1. That's it for this round. Let's see how all our players are doing. You must be a wheel watcher, player 1. Boy, what a game. Congratulations to all our players, but going to the bonus round is player 1. It's the bonus round. Start by picking one of these cards, and we'll see if we can't add to your total.
And let's do the W.
Want to see the category? Here goes. Thing. We'll show you any of the letters R, S, T, L, N, or E that are in the puzzle. Okay, now I need 3 more consonants and a vowel.
K, M. C. G. And O.
Here's your bonus round puzzle.
Cocktail.
That's it! Congratulations! What have they won, Charlie?
Time to load up the truck and move to Beverly Hills, that is. You've just won the use of a mansion in beautiful Beverly Hills, California for 1 month. This lush Golden State Manor comes equipped with the latest in furnishings, an Olympic-sized pool, and a full household staff. Naturally, you'll want to go on a shopping spree to look the part. So how about an additional $10,000? This fantasy prize package is valued at $70,000.
A big prize package there, making the final total
You made a killing. Way to go, player 1.
$79,600.
Hi, folks. I'm Charlie O'Donnell.
What a game.
We'll get to our game in a second, but first we have a little business to take care of.
Alright, let's complete the episode and then we will get ready to wrap this show up.
Thanks for joining us on Wheel of Fortune. Bye-bye.
Okay, now to hit stop. Okay. We have already went back on everything. But there is, however, one more product we need to go back on before we get started with the webpage. Alright. We'll disconnect the power. And those lights. I'll turn the fan off since it's cooled down significantly. Right. And this is what we need to go back on. Right. I'll need this mouse to click shut down on the virtual machine. Alright, so that does confirm that the sound is working. Alright, this is the next product we need to catch up on. I think the only one. And that is him testing the end deck. No, not testing the end deck. He is testing the. He's testing out the DAS deck. Making sure the DAS deck is set up correctly. Because that weekly test from Charleston was the last one he got on his end deck, so he's making sure that the DAS deck is correctly functioning. So that's what that test was for. All right, we are caught up in terms of products. Now, before we move on to the website, we do have to pull up a couple of things. Plug it in to charge. All right, and here is where we will begin. So we're going to do the G's tonight. If we have enough time, we'll move on to the H's. Because it's the closest we can get to Myrtle Beach. Okay. And then we changed the date on here to May 7th, which was today's date. We will export the episode. But I also have to pull two Verizons up. 9, 1, and 2. And these two seem to go together, so. Okay. And then this one will be our sign-off sequence. Okay. And with that, we are ready to get started with the website once again. All right. Okay, we have them all, so let's begin. Begin working on the site. Okay. I got through the G's. However, we have a problem. Maui, the the info from Maui and W LCS appear to be missing. So I am going to. I'm gonna mark that down. So I'm gonna take care of fixing those get those pages taken care of as well. All right. So like I said, that's as far as we're going tonight. We're not going any farther than that. What is this? Midway Islands? What the heck is this? Is this even valid? Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it's valid. Does this even have anything? Okay. There's literally like no message at all. Alright. Now, okay. So, I have decided that we're just going to. So, with this discovery, we are not going to continue with the H's. We're not going to continue with the H's today. We're going to stop there. And I'll get back to it. And I will continue first by getting the info for WWG 75 Maui and WLCS Indianapolis. I'm going to grab those pieces of info first thing tomorrow. And then I'll send over the documents before we proceed. Yep, and then I will send over the documentation. And then afterward, I will send over the documentation before we march on any further with the project. So we kind of got a head start, which is good. So now we're just making final additions. Now I'm curious to see what that John TV thing is going to be about. Um, um, So that's interesting. Despite nothing going on, John did not relay the thing itself. Or did the logger interpret it as, or did the index interpret it as invalid? Maybe that is the case. Now, although there are marine warnings in this, which is pretty much what the whole day has been. I have decided that we are going to just make this a part of the weekly test Wednesday series of videos by default. that away. There we go. Okay. So that's done. We never got around to continuing this. Well, everything is still trying to load. Well, actually, I'm going to hold off on it even further. So maybe we'll do that this weekend, along with the webpage. So, whatever I said still applies. So first I'm going to make the web pages for WWG75 and WCLS or LCS, whatever it is, however those two are interpreted. And then I will and then of course after that is finished, I will then get to updating I'll then continue updating the Google website. But first I'll finish the HTML assignment. Well, actually I'll make the 2 pages first, send both of those over, and then I'll continue working on then I will continue working with the website and the other thing after that. So of course the final Comcast to test before we say goodbye here. So despite that, so since there was no watch, this is going to finally be another installment in the Weekly Test Wednesday series. And this will premiere on Saturday alongside all of the other stuff from earlier. Yeah, because as much as I would like to continue, I cannot continue until we have all of the information. Whatever. We'll watch that. We'll watch that part. We'll watch that part one more time before we go. So it's time for WCKA. And we will watch it go through. Now, Midway Islands, this is a new one. We haven't seen this one yet, so I find it pretty odd that we're seeing it now. So we're going to let WCKA go through. Oh yeah, and I have yet to set up tomorrow's programming too. So all right. So with that being the case, now I see there are 2 small slight risks in the forecast, but we're going to see how it goes down. So for the time being, I'm gonna name the next compilation Thursday tests for the time being, and then eventually, as we know more about the upcoming event, I will decide how to handle it further. What is this? Global Entertainment. Okay. Yeah, why don't we watch that mode again? Not a lead. Ah, that's so good. That is so fun to watch. Okay. Continuing on down the list. Yeah. So that's all that's active right now. Alright, and then these two. And then I suppose it'll be 393. Why just 393? There we go. Okay, that's only 55 minutes. So I need to find another show to fit the remaining time. So let's there. Yeah, that one I think will work. Okay, so with that, the content for tomorrow is all set to go. And just in time too, because we have just hit the stroke of midnight. So let me go ahead and restart the station here. Oh wait a second, I didn't update the configs file. I did. Okay. I was just verifying. Actually, we gotta take all this out. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so with that, everything is all set to go for tomorrow. Let's uh, let's watch this moment one more time before we end it here. Even though the dollars. Yeah, that was great. Putting the putting Ginger through the random through the through the random character thing and whatnot. Yeah, that sounds like a whole lot of fun. Let me tell you that. And yeah, as I said, now that we hit the stroke of midnight, it is time to say goodbye. First of all, of course, I know we don't have Ginger because I've already closed him by the time we started Wheel of Fortune. But Tom and Ben, thank you both for being great members of our show as always. We always enjoy having you here. We'll have you both on a maybe next week's show, perhaps. Yeah. Well, of course they'll be here next week. And again, we hope you'll be with us then as we do this again. So, thank you both as always, and we'll see you both soon. All right? Yep, we'll see you both very, very soon. All right, and with that said, it's almost time to say goodbye to our Plainfield TV viewers. But before we do, I earlier in part one talked about, well, I actually did talk about the plan for the remainder of this week in part one. So I'll go ahead and talk about how the rest of this week is going to go, including tomorrow. So, and actually going into next month. So, as I said earlier, there's one more HTML module we're going to take care of, so I'm going to finish that up tomorrow. But before I get to that, I'm going to very quickly implement 2 new pages because I noticed I forgot them. So I'm going to create those. I'm going to create those pages and then send them all over to my main PC. Where I'll then of course tomorrow I'm going to make up 3 shows, 2 flip sides and 1 bingo blitz. So I'm going to take care of all 3 of those during my lunch break tomorrow. So it's probably going to be a bit longer, by the time we get on. So that's the plan. I'll take care of those 3 shows, and we'll play along with the Dynamo and stuff. I'll finish the HTML module, and then I'll work on the website. In fact, I will be working on the website throughout the remainder of the day, throughout the whole entirety of the day on Thursday, the day tomorrow. So I'll be working on that through the whole entire day, and of course, we'll be pausing, at 4:30 so we can. Of course, it's going to be a long pause. The main pause actually will start with when we start back your baseball tomorrow, which, again, at 5 o'clock on Thursdays, it goes back to its normal time slot. Then we'll air our mystery marathon afterwards. And then, of course, through 6 and 7 o'clock. Oh, yeah, that's right. Bingo Blitz I got to take care of. I will take care of Bingo Blitz, and if my parents would like to take care of Flipside with me, then we'll do that. Otherwise, I'll take care of Bingo Blitz during my lunch break on Friday afternoon. So then following Bingo Blitz, I'll get back to work on the webpage and continue getting it finalized. I'll continue getting it finalized. I'll look through every page, make sure I have not misspelled anything, and I will continue making any necessary updates to the page and any and all URLs as necessary. as I see them. So that is what the plan. That's for tomorrow. And I'll work with the HTML document. Probably I'll get it all the way to the end tomorrow. I'm hoping that's the case, but if I do not, then I'll spend some time next week doing it, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. So then Friday, I'll take care of the final exam for my cybersecurity course. It's the last one I need to do. And then when that's done, I'll take care of the Dial Bone shows. And then following those, I will record the final 50 episodes. Well, actually make that 54 of the upcoming third season of the Bowling Train. Now I say 54, and I'll explain, because I usually do something big for the season finale of the program. So as we usually do, we follow that very same principle. So I'll take the 50 episodes, and again, I'll do it in 2 separate blocks, 2 separate 25 episode halves. The first half I will do after the Dino Bones programs, and then the second half I will do after Jeopardy on Friday. So I'll take care of both slots, and then I'll edit each of the episodes. I'll edit the first half. I'll edit the first half when that is finished, and I'll continue doing so during Jeopardy. And of course, I'll go back on anything that I miss alert-wise, and I'll do that as necessary. And then after Jeopardy, I'll get to the second half and take care of those files, get those processed. Then afterward, during the Friday show and afterward, I'll render all the episodes and get them all uploaded. Saturday, we'll play our usual games. And of course, our usual games. Our usual things. County request, Street View video. If any new NWR stream shows up, especially as I'm in the process of updating the website. And then, let's see. Oh yeah, and then of course, Game of Life, Way Sorry, and Play 18. And then Sunday, not sure what we are going to do, although I am thinking we will probably do some more updates to the HTML document on Sunday. So Sunday we'll do some more work with the HTML file or page. We'll get those files edited and fixed and corrected, and we'll keep that going. And that process might continue into next week, because we're updating the Google website. And if I have to continue, and if this process has to continue further into the Lawn of Oaks, then we will. But I want to make sure. Well, that's for Sunday. And then on Monday of next week, I am planning to record that last episode of the season, and then that will be followed by taping of the first piece of footage, finally, for the upcoming Nostalgic Paradise series finale, which I'm looking to release in October, soon after Windows 10 reaches end of support. Because I want to release the episode, with a special, I'll probably do it as a premiere, but maybe I might have to do it a week later than usual. So, I'll think about it further, and if so, I'll make changes to episode 18 and update its information. And then I'll update its information. Well, technically the release day, the day when the episodes usually release. And then 119 and 120 will actually be a double feature finale. So as such, we'll release. So I'm thinking now is we'll do episode 119, and then 120 in a sort of back-to-back fashion. We'll debut episode 119 first, and then we'll release the final episode after that, which is actually what CBS is doing with SWAT. they're going to air the second to last, and they're going to air the last episode immediately after. So I thought we'd kind of do the same thing with the nostalgia show now that we're nearing the end. Now that we're nearing the end. Speaking of nearing the end, next week is the final week of Tower of Cash before it is retired. So we will air the final episodes of Tower of Cash next week. So yep, next week we will air the last episodes of Tower of Cash. And then on Thursday of next week, we're going to give our Plainfield TV viewers a advantage. They're actually going to see the final episode a day before it goes up on my channel. So they're going to get a little bit of a bonus. Yeah, they're sort of going to get a bonus. So how about that? That's what I'm thinking right now. But going back to next week's plans, and then of course through Monday and Tuesday I'll work on editing the show, and then I got to get that Inspiron 5520 ready for the Lawn of Oaks as well. So that would mean updating Windows and updating the OS and sending over updated documentation for configurations and everything of that kind. So, quite a lot to do over these next few weeks. Finalizing, finishing up college finishing up college for the spring semester, and then getting ready for the following week. So I'm hoping to have all of those things I just mentioned done by the end of next week, which is when our Lawn of Oaks summer spectacular will begin. I guess I'll call it summer spectacular because I'm sure Nani knows that summer is pretty much here now that we're in late May, so yeah, now that we're in late May. Yeah, now that we're in the latter part of May. So I'll be in the Lawn of Oaks for a while. It's going to be a good time while I'm there. And then that will be in preparation for the Real Days in Rochelle, in which we'll take the day off on the 31st. And then after that, it will most likely be time to get ready for the premiere of Season 3 of Downers Grove, along with the premiere of the 3rd season of The Bowling Train, and the premiere of Sorry. This is going to be very exciting, as I've explained the story of how I'm obsessed with that board game and everything like that. But we'll talk about that at a later point. So, I guess with that said, we are done. So that's the plan for the next few weeks. You know, as we're winding down the spring. Oh yeah, and I also gotta update my Insider PC to 24H2, as I know Microsoft's gonna end up forcing at some point. So I probably might want to do it at my earliest convenience. So, because next week is going to be the Patch Tuesday updates, I'll probably update it to 24H2 along with the updated back to 24H2 along with the monthly security and quality updates when I patch the other PCs. So that is what I am looking to do. So that's the plan. So, oh man, okay. So, with that said, that is going to do it for us here tonight. So, I would like to thank again, all of our special guests who have joined us today. Of course, Andrew Darnold, Dimitri, Y'all Lembein was with us. ES is Cool is with us as well. And, I mean, there's just a bunch of other names, but I don't want to go on mentioning all of them. So we will then, so with that, we are done. We will be back with you all again tomorrow afternoon at 1 when we cover the White Sox and the Royals finale. The Royals are going to try to go for the sweep, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. And then, of course, that will be followed by Backyard Baseball at 5 p.m. And then I'll continue working with the website both while we're live and in the background during our little marathon of sorts. So, and with VH09 being the last Verizon, I won't have to worry about keeping this thing on for a while tonight, because I'll just as soon as they go, I'll just throw them in, hit shut down, and head off to bed. As I'm desperately gonna need all that sleep, because I only got 3 hours last night in between the end of Verizon Mania last night and of course this morning. So yeah. With that said, again, we will be back tomorrow live at 1 o'clock when we bring you White Sox baseball. That will then be followed by Backyard Baseball at 5 p.m. And then, of course, we'll do our Mystery Marathon after that, and we will continue working on our HTML website. So we'll keep working on that. And as again, I'm hoping to get all of this finished by the end of the week, so I might just keep working on it the whole night. We'll see how it goes. So, with that said, thank you again for watching, and we will see you again tomorrow for all of that. But until then, from all of us here at Plainfield TV and Highland Now, we bid you good night.